Hopefully today will be a bit of a longer stream. Maybe we can even complete this little challenge as well. Sorry, it just... Okay. Oh, I can barely think. Oh! I also found out how to evolve this one. This guy. Frittata. I figured out how to evolve this one, but needs a shiny stone, which I do not have. But considering that Frittata is gonna be a major player, I kind of need Frittata. One time, yay! Hello Clay, hello Tatoes. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're doing good. It's okay, your time. I've only just begun. You know my daughter? Talking about evolving Frittata. I need a certain stone. You know, just a stone. Stone is needed to evolve. It's like a shiny stone. Yeah. The thing is, I need to find one. And I don't remember where they are. I know that I need the water upgrade for, like, get to at least 1 or 2 shiny stones. But I need the shiny stone to evolve Frittata, because Frittata is definitely gonna be a major player. Yeah, that's all I was talking about, though. Build chip stream? Probably. Probably, yeah. Most likely. I can't remember what... Trying to remember what ice is weak. Not dragon, so Benjamin, definitely no. Might be steel, so I can use Soren, but oh yeah, the next gym that we have to go to, which is what I'm just kind of mumbling about, is an ice. Ice. I had to remember what ice is weak to, because I don't remember. I don't remember. I forgore. Yay! Ice, spade. Yeah. Okay. And we leave. I don't know where I am. I am here. I think I'm supposed to go this way over here. Oh, I see why my eyesight hurts. It's because I don't have any glasses on. Oh my god, I can see now. I can see again. Whoa. Oh, who would have guessed? Oh, Sonia, please. I like you, but it's only, like, it hasn't even been 10 minutes, and it's already lore! Ah. Blind streamer. Yeah, without my glasses, I'm very much blind. Yeah, but Sonia, I like you, but please. Match collecting going well? I guess. I don't know. Sonia, be quick. Oh! That was another explosion. I don't think that things are gonna be quick. No, it does not sound quick. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, no, Sonia, I feel the same. Like, what in the world? What was that? Something about Hermelek Stadium. Power plant. Something. Uh-oh. Oh, hello, Leon. I see that you have yet to change your outfit. How have you caught up to around about where I'm in the story already? Not a clue. I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah, no, the fashion disaster has come back. No, I'm still gonna die on this hill. If Leon just kind of replaces the shorts and the tights with something else, he would look fine. It'd be fine. It'd be fine. But nope, they're still shorts. Still the leggings, I guess. Wear the shorts definitely? Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Cape is very extravagant. Yeah. But to be fair, that's also where like the I can't speak, I'm too tired, I need more caffeine. The Cape is where all of these sponsorships are. Which is kinda smart, I guess. No caffeine? No. Nope. Gonna drink caffeine now. Hold on. Caffeine. Clay, in my defense, I am so tired. I kinda need the caffeine right now. I'm getting you those followers. Best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck. Cause, oh, it's already Hop, I like you, but please. Need a caffeine time point redemption. Yeah. hold on, that gives me an idea. Wait, hold on. Hold on, give me a moment. Hold on, I'm gonna do something. Hold on. Okay. Check device display, manage your worth and challenges. Hold on, you're gonna make a new one. Hold on. 3 minute, 1 minute. No, I don't. Too late. It's too late. Hold on. New custom. There we go. Aha. Hold on. Caffeine. I spelled caffeine wrong. There we go. Caffeine. Caffeine time. There you go. I make you overdose on caffeine out of spite. That right there is a threat. I'm not gonna lie, I'm also very tempted to just make it 1 point. Because it has to be at least 1 point. Just, at the very least, 1 point. And how much is the hydration? Oh, that's emotes. Oh. To make it easier, very tempted to. Water time? Oh, I'll make it the same as water at least. Tiredness fail. Yeah. Go. Time to be tired. 200. There we go. Dark uncle. Just like a green. There we go. It has been created. I woke up much earlier than I ever planned. Oh, I feel that. Like, oh, no. About 1 p.m. Oh. Wakey, wakey. Wakey, wakey, it's time for school. I just took a sip of caffeine. Tried to eat baguette, but my body was awake. Oh, but 9? Ouch. That sucks. My body's just getting ready for school. I guess if you still have school, I don't know. Live until like 4:30. Oh. Yeah, no. I can only imagine just how tired you are. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Thunderfang. A terrifying move for me. back to school in like 2 weeks. I think your body's just preparing yourself then. Just making sure you're prepared. Wait, hold on. Are there any shinies on this font sparkly? Holiday next week? Yeah, nice. Oh, also, guys, be sure to let me know if I need to make anything louder, the music and everything, because I didn't have enough time to like make sure that everything was all good. I apologize. Yes, hello, Hub. Maybe my audio? Oh, like my mic and everything? Oh yeah, that's because my mic was very far away. And I just moved it closer because I was watching the volumes and everything, and I moved it closer. Oh, you're good. It's all good, Clay. I tend to be very, very quiet, especially when I just wake up. Also talking very low too. Yeah. 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 There's a reason why I put quiet in my name. Yeah. I be very quiet. Quiet Vale is also tired Vale. Ah, ghost. Let's see, that's a grass and ghost. I can't remember, is dark type good? Yep. Doesn't do much though, but oh well. Use Shadow Claw. Ow! Oh! Oh! Okay then. Oh. Alright. That definitely woke me up. Okay. Is he British? Yeah. Here we go. Park, come here. Yeah, he's British. Better British. To be fair, this is still the Gala region, which is like, UK, Scotland, Ireland too, I think. Don't know if Ireland. There we go, revenge. Ah. He's British. Poppy British. Yay, Frittata leveled up. Also, learn the move Safeguard. What's Safeguard again? Prevent status birds. Status? I can't speak. A protective field that prevents status conditions. Oh. They will sort of listen to you if he gets to level 40. I don't know. Not a clue. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not. I think I'm good with like this current moveset because Metronome is like nearly any move. So I think I'm good. Then playing further up the island, you start hearing bagpipe music. Yeah! You start hearing bagpipe. Bolthund. Electric. Uh, panic. Okay, park. Yeah, no, you are gonna hide. Keep park away. Yeah, definitely. Hold on, give me just one moment. I need to double check. What? Hold on. What is electric? Hold on. Wait. Yeah. Ground! Oh! Is it only ground? Is it only ground? Is it only ground? Oh, is it only ground? Please? Oh, only ground. It's, yeah. Yeah, no, it is ground. It's only ground that they're weak to. And there may have been a miscalculation. Yeah, no, anytime that there is like an electric Pokemon, it is time for panic. I might have to go with Frittata, simply because of Metronome. Simply because of Metronome. We'll see how this goes. We will just hope and pray that Hop only knows one electric type move. Yeah. Oh. Oh! Oh, thank you! Please said that. Wait, what? What happened? I thought they healed! Huh? Okay! Hold on. I need to see what Healing Wish is. Healing Wish Pokemon. Oh, okay. You know, that's probably like one of the worst ones. Because it causes the user to faint, then immediately switches to a new Pokemon. The Pokemon's HP is restored and cured of any status conditions. Why? Maybe AFK for a bit? Okay, I'll get Kitty. Oh. Soren, please listen to me. Please, I beg. Soren, please. Soren, please. I beg. Steel Wing, Rock Smash. Cover target's defense. There's Roost. That's good. You know, flying isn't gonna work. Maybe? Oh, okay. Nope, not effective. Huh? Benjamin! What are you doing here? Hello? Oh, wait, hold on. Target HP in half. We need the depressed emote? Yeah, we really do. we really do. Yeah, no, Benjamin's not looking too good either. I'm gonna use a max revive on Frittata, and then hope and pray that the Metronome are just gonna kill my entire family. I won't try to. I will try not to, I'm sorry. I'm trying not to, but it's also an electric type, and it's making me panic, and I can't think, I'm sorry. Okay. Please? Metronome. Please? Strength? Oh! Good for Tata. Very good, very good. Very good, very good. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, can trade? Hello, Diego. I'm gonna call you Diego. Hello, Diego. Can trade? No thank you. I'm currently just doing a challenge where I'm only doing, where I only have flying type Pokemon. And this is on my alt account, so this one doesn't have the online stuff. So it can't either way. But hello! Hope you're doing good. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, I'm also just kind of panicking a little bit because electric types. Stop! Oh! Alright. Alright. I'm not having a good time. I might die. Oh, hey!
OMG, it's my friend Vale. Vale, look 2 years being subbed. How is your friend Vale?
I is doing good, Mist. I am also just kind of panicking a little bit because this electric type dog here is just killing my entire team. But I hope you is doing good. Also, thank you for the 2 years, even though you really didn't have to. But hello, hello. Stop! Please. Okay. Maybe another rock smash should be good. Stop! No. Okay. Soren is a stop! No! Please! Please, I beg of thee. What's the last condition single Pokemon? I'll be just be Among Us. I mean, I can try, but you know, but also this dog. It's just like, really? Oh. Park. No. Okay, good. I was just like, Soren, please! You know, it's mostly because of, the Bolthund. Thank you, okay. Here's your not winning, do you mind stopping that and then actually win? You know what? That's good advice. I will do just that. I will do just that. Yeah. I will start winning now. Stop being mid, bruh. Here, I have a little secret for you guys. I'm always mid. I'm not good. Then out Snorlax. Now we're gonna switch. I'm gonna bring out Soren just so we can do some heals. Now with that attitude, bruh. Don't bonk me. What do you mean? Behave. Fine. I will fine. Just I'll drink some caffeine. More caffeine. Oh. What happened? Huh? Oh, Frittata! It's Frittata! Let's go! Thank you, Frittata. The healing wish. The healing wish. Let's go. Stockpile? Oh. Not cool. Yeah, apparently work just took a little bit. Steel Wing. Nice to see. Yeah, no, I'm gonna raise my defense a little bit. Oh, they kept killing your Pokemon in one hit? Yeah. Yeah. But to be fair, that was only because of the, Bolthund. paralyzed again. How could you? What the heck? Oh, okay. No, I'm not worried about that. Not worried, all good. Oh, come on! Please! But today, we're gonna have to go. Yee! All good, Tatos, no worries. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And hopefully the laptop doesn't die on ya. Hopefully. Pet, 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 pet. Have a good day, I'll see you later? I might stream tomorrow of tomorrow's Splatfest, but I don't remember. I'm gonna have to double check that. I'm gonna have to double check that, I have no idea. Yeah. Okay. Good. About to send out heat more. Oh, wait, hold on. No, you, come here. You, Park, come here. Get over here. Get over here, Park. I'm in need of you. How many Pokemon are left? Just 11th Splatfest? Ooh, okay. Yeah, so tomorrow, gonna stream Splatfest. Yeah. I've already picked a team for that one. What is this Pokemon? Not a clue. All I know that it is a fire type, which is very good for me because Arc is water, so it won't cause much damage. Also, I think it's supposed to be like a in Fire Anteater, I think. At least I think. I don't know. I Or worm? Yeah. One of the two. Like an overgrown snake? Yeah. It really does, yeah. Parkins run a little bit longer. Just gonna heal up my Pokemon real quick, just so that they can get some XP. Hop, do you only know Slash for Heatmore? What the heck is this? What is this? What is going on? I do not know. Hey, what the heck? Do you only know Slash? What is this? Bruh. I think it's not like anything fire related would work. Fair. Yeah. You know, that's very true. That's very true, yeah. Oh, that's critical hit. Alright. That was critical hit. Goodbye. See ya. Even Rick is being smart. Yeah. He did his best. I gave him a little pet. Pet, pet, pet. Here we go. Level up for Park and Fushigi. 07. 8. Nice. About to send out Rillaboom. Yes. Wait. Yes. There might be. Yes, just sword, please. please be good. I beg of thee. I beg. I can't remember. Is grass weak to flying? Yes, it is. Wicked. Soren is listening. Let's go. Thank you, Soren. If you're listening for once. I think the Bolthund kind of just scared him. The Bolthund scared him. Now he's gonna listen. I don't think it's gonna listen anymore. You leveled up. Let's go. I think that was like the longest fight I've ever had. It's all good though. Yeah, it was against Hop. Oh, I think his winning strategy was just to get an electric type. Like, any winning strategy against me is, have an electric type, and you're probably gonna win. Just, most likely. Can I play the game now? I don't want lore. Thank you. No more lore, please. Then thank you. I saw a shiny. I saw it shine. Whack. I'm sorry, was that the horn? It is the horn. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright. Oh. See that bug? That bug terrifies me, because that is a, an electric bug. Very much just electric bug. No! Bruh. This dude was just chasing after me, what the heck? No. It's an electric spider, that's a problem. Yeah, because I'm super effective for it, but it is also is super effective for me as well. A shaky shake. Three things? Shake more. Shake more. I'm gonna test my luck. Shake more. Okay, no more. 10 things. I'm good. Thank you. 6 Asper, 1 Maga. Egg. What? Why must you chase after me? Don't like you. Goodbye. Alright. So, new route. I think I have all of the flying Pokemon that I can get. At least I think so. Ooh, this guy. This rock guy. This rock guy. Very cool. I like him. Especially the shiny form. Oh yeah! I forgot that's what the snake evolved into. This does not yet. No. he just looks silly. He's just a silly guy. Yeah, but no, the rock is very, very pretty. I like it. And the shiny form, the red rocks, is like a very light blue. Looks very eatable. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Over here. Oh, do I have to be, do I have to? I have to. Bruh. I have to level up Frittata a bit more. It's definitely gonna be, a major play. At least, like, end game. I should now close. What is with that music? Doctor. Better not have electric types. Oh, okay. This is fine. Don't be the one. I have to get past them. I'll do this one, why not? Hey! Bruh. The heck? Flowers. That is very true. They're very pretty. Hey! There we go. All stats raised. The health was set. Yeah, apparently. This one. Here we go. That's not very effective. What are these names? I have no idea. Not a clue. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna risk it. Gonna risk it. Let's see what happens with this. Ooh, fiery dance? Oh, nice. Go for Tata, go! Yes! Yee. Good for Tata. Yeah. Very good, very good. Ooh, that's a nice. Okay. About to send in. That is a fairy psychic. I can switch to. No, that was not gonna be good. Hopefully this one. Look at this. It should be good because he does that. Hey, Berber. Yep, okay, cool. I was right. Wicked. Baby. Itty bitty. This guy gets slapped a little bit. Ow. He's right. No, away with you. Death, death, death. Ah, goodbye. Goodbye, child. Burp, burp. You just locked the baby? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. When Pokemon aren't healthy, it drags our mood down too. Oh. Pet, pet, pet. Honestly though, yeah. Then. Go this way. Let's see. I can't have any ghost type because ghost. I might be able to go without, but there is a Pokeball over here that I want. Aha! Oh! 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 Hold on. Would I be able to evolve, Frittata right now? Would I be able to evolve? Could be. I need to check. Ooh. Okay, so a few things. We can either evolve Frittata right now, or we can wait until level 40 to make it even. There's a motorcycle outside the House again. What the heck? But why? Just make it even. Like nice and even number. Up to you though. Do you even listen to you though? Unsure. I have no idea, I'll be honest. But I think by that time we should have already beaten the ice gym. So then the Pokemon levels that listen to me can be higher level. That's the main problem. Yeah. But like by that time though, it'd be still good. Okay. Just you. Oh wait. Okay. I think. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna double check. So Togekick, Pokemon, Slayerby. Ah, nope. There you go. Cause I'm pretty sure that there is like a limit to the new moves that they can. Okay. Okay, what about... Hold on, I'm just checking. Okay. Okay, we technically could evolve Frittata right now, and we wouldn't miss any new, any new moves. Because they would just go to the evolve form. But if you want to wait, we can wait. Hell yeah. Wow. Cool. Just speed and past. Goodbye. Bada zoom. Zoom zoom zoom. Oh my god. You guys are adorable. Look at them. Ah, I love them. Whoa! Mario worm. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was a human. To be honest, same. But yeah. Expanding forest? What's that? Oh! That was pretty cool. That one was really cool. Oh! We can do this one again, see if we get lucky again, cause oh. Yeah, no, that was less cool. Oh hey, lava bloom. Lava! No, that was very much just less cool. Oh no, goodbye Frittata. Yep. There Frittata goes. You know what? No. This is personal now. Frittatas get scrambled. This scrambled egg. It's okay, Frittata will be back in a moment. There we go. Healed. Frittata has woken up. Soren avoided the attack. Okay, and then... You listen to me? Yay! Okay. So with the fact that Soren is listening to me right now, Pokemon can currently be level 45. That they can listen to me. At least I think so. I'm not 100% sure. That should be either like 45 or 50. A blimp has leveled up. Wicked. Must learn to move Destiny Bond. Then or just stop leveling up. Yeah. Using this move if the user finds Pokemon that landed it also. That's pretty good, especially if it's versus an electric type. I don't know which one to get rid of though. Depends. Need one advantage? Yeah. I might get rid of focus energy. But that's also with critical hits landing easily though. It's either payback or focus energy. Because Destiny Bond is really good, especially if it's versus a electric. I need at least some sort of advantage with versus electric types. Yeah. Get rid of focus. Payback is still really good. Destiny Bond, let's go. Whoop! A ball. Ah! No. Goodbye. No. Why are there so many? I'll be with you, please. No more. No. Stop! No, I'm running away from you. I'm running away from you. No, no, no. Goodbye. The family to kill? Yes, but also no. No. Just no. Wait, no, but shiny. Oh! Hold on! I see flying! Yes! The baby bird. Okay. Hold on one moment. Do I have any... I don't have any quick balls. No. 39. Fairy wind? Hey, the fluffy puffy baby. Yeah! Could be good. Okay, good. Gently heard it? Yeah, I'm trying my best. Okay. So that's good. I want the new baby. This baby area is actually like really, really good. The baby's not being very delicate. Yeah, no, it's really not. Ugh. Okay. You know, baby's not delicate. And yep, okay. Okay. One more should be good? Okay, yeah. Scary. It's so scary. Oh, yeah, it's so scary. Okay, let's get down to at least half. Okay, and that should be good. We're also gonna do a Great Ball as well. No! Please! Baby, please! Maybe I can do one more. I just have to hope that it's not a critical hit. Fairy face, yeah, that's fine, Yep, just keep learning the speed. Yep. Good. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. What's the team? 20 about, sounds good. Now stay in the ball, please, I beg of you. Please. 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 Oh, okay. The baby has been caught. The puffy baby. The fluffy baby. Yes. The bravery is actually really good. Eat it. That's a strong. if it spies a strong Pokemon, Rufflet can't resist challenging it to a battle. But if Rufflet loses, it starts bawling. Aww, the poor baby. The poor baby. Okay, what would be... I'm very, very tempted to just call it Floof. Just hold on. Just very tempted to call it Floof. Just Floof. Floof. Very tempting. Yeah, Floofy. Floofy. Yay! Perfect. Okay, do we want to add this one to the team? Cause while Bravery is good, we still got a decent team. Cause that's Flying Fairy. He did disintegrate Frittata, one blow. Yeah. Very, very much so. I'm wondering if I should get rid of food. Then that would be getting rid of a fighting advantage. Yoshigi is psychic flying, so it's really good against fighting types. There is Benjamin. You could get rid of Benjamin, because I haven't really used Benjamin. Although, when Benjamin evolves though, it's going to be really good. That's a dragon, and dragon types are good, but I just have to be very extremely careful. What advantage does Blimp have? So normal types and fighting types cannot hit Blimp because of Blimp being a ghost. However, I don't think Blimp can hit normal types because of Blimp being a ghost again. And Blimp is also good for if we're facing off against any electric types. We can use Destiny Bond to bind them. That way, if Blimp faints, the electric type also faints as well. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I know that we have an ice gym coming up. We could just bench Benjamin for now. Very tough, not gonna lie. Yeah. It's very tough. The only thing that I can think of that would be reasonable is benching Benjamin, at least for now. Because again, ice is coming up. And... benching for now, I'm gonna back later. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Because I could also, get some XP stuff as well to level Benji up to everyone else is too. Yeah, we'll bench Benji for now. Then Floofy. He's also lowest level. Yeah. Indeed. Ah! No. No. Ooh, luxury. I see you, Benjamin. Oh, 07, it was nice knowing you. Look at them! They're ignoring me. Having fun? Jump on them? I really want to. But I would just leave them be. Bisharp. Oh, shiny! Ooh! Wait, hold on. Pixie Plate. Ooh, that would be really good for Frittata. That would be really good for Frittata, I'm just saying. Especially since Hammerlock is dragon types. That'd be really good for dragon. For the dragon gym. Whoop! Oh, that was fast! No, I already have you. No, go away. Hold on. Hold on. No, we run. Do I go down? Yes, okay. I think Frittata is definitely just... I'm pretty sure that Frittata is just gonna have a lot of bloodshed, in Hammerlock, I won't lie. Just a lot of bloodshed. Yep. Cool. Alright, and then... like, go around you. I still have to remember what ices we could get. Ooh, a king's rock. Money. You like the money. Nugget. Nugget. My name is Nugget. Nugget. Eat. No more selling. Only eat. You consume. Whoa! No! No, we're just gonna go this way. It's all good. We're good. No more. No. I got. Oh, okay. That's nothing really to do. Oh my god. Oh my god, an influencer! Oh my god. Okay, anyway. Then this is all nice. Oh! Is that a Snom that I see? I want you. You will be mine. I can't use you because you're bug and ice, but I want you. I must have you. Or not, never mind, okay. Whoops. Frittata was like, there can only be one baby. There can only be one. It's okay, we'll try it again. We'll try it again. Oh. It is one just coming after me. Ah! No! No! Stop! There we go. Got the Snom again. The Snom. Frittata, no bloodshed, please. Oh, okay. Get Frittata away. There you go. It's good so long as Frittata just doesn't give in to bloodshed and have a critical hit. Should be good. With that being said, I'm not gonna give Frittata another chance to hit this one. I'm just saying. Now special attack is going down. Maybe if special attack goes down once more, we'll try the free one to go. Okay. How do you know? Super effective. Oh, right, ice. Dusk level, heavy level. And... cool, that's going down again. Good. And should be able to do one more fairy wind. And it should be... Here we go. Frittata is just wants to be. Hey, there we go. I can't use Nom, but I have this Nom and I am happy. Wicked. It took a while, but we got it. Nom. It's adorable. Yes, I'm calling it Om-Nom. There we go. To the box you go. This thing. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, hold on. I'm also gonna heat. Here we go. Cool. Everything is... Wait. Is that another snow? It is another snow. Everything is, I think, gonna be like... Oh. See how it goes. No, not the cutscene. I actually do like this. Like, this city is like my favorite city. Like, besides the glow forest with the fairy type gym, this is like my favorite city. Like, this right here, hands down, first. Number one, hands down. Favorite gym, favorite city. It's very pretty. Plus the music for it too is like, oh, it's so good, I love it. I don't care about the rare Pokemon. Ooh, I can get Ultra Balls now. Very nice, very nice. Oh, don't really need 5, I'll get like... Oh, nope, too many. 6 of those. Actually, wait, I need things that... I have things... Star piece. Then a nugget. I may have chomped in it a little bit. Okay, let's see. 20 for that. Good. Good. Two premier. Nice. Like 60. So I won't lie, I have like no good reason why I'm making sure that everything is like at 20. I have no good reason for it. Good. Then I'm probably gonna need... I'm gonna go 8. Yeah, just to be silly. Just, you know, just a little bit silly. Okay, how many more pills? Oh, nice. There we go, all good. Nope, I'm good, thank you. We go here. just gonna enjoy the music a little bit. It sounds like something it does. I love it so much. It's so pretty! Love it! Ah! Gnome! Gnome! That's a little tiny snowman! Ah! This is like favorite city. Hands down. 10 out of 10. Oh hey, clothing. Nom nom. I do like the Estelle Parka. I forgot that there were dresses. That's actually really pretty. I like that. Ooh, also new. Oh, new backpack. And don't really like the. That is a big hat. That is a big hat. Eee, the fairy boots. They're adorable. I like them. Buy the hat. Do you see how much they all are? I have like 5,000. I only have 5,000. You need 35,000. It's too much. It's expensive. Expensive. Why do they cost so much? I have no idea. But they cost so much. Oh. They cost so much. Also, they also have like a little hot spring as well. Look at this. I like this. Skill speed, very nice. The ancient hero's bath. It said that heroes bathe here to heal and rest. Can I go in? Can't. A can of lemonade. Why is that just on the ground? Okay. Alright. Also, look at the trees! Look at the trees! Oh, trying. Pollution. Yeah. So I probably cannot have frittata. And double check what is type weak to. Oh wait, or maybe not. Poison, steel, and fire type. Okay. But firefighting, rock, and steel. Okay. So honestly, Soren is probably gonna be a good... you know, Soren is probably gonna be the best chance that we really have. It's definitely gonna be a toss-up whether Soren will listen to us or not, but we'll have to take that risk at least. Ow. Berries, no. Here we go. Princely Mount. Brent giving us gray hair? Absolutely. Yeah. Just sort by type. Everything's at the bottom. Would that be good for Todd? Good for Gus if I had it. Sends duration and multi-turn. The power of rock type move. This might be good for Soren. Because Soren does have the rock smash. That would be good. Rock white. Lowers the opposing point accuracy. That also just might be good in general. Yeah, I'll probably do this one instead. Where there's more chance of an attack to... Okay. That should be good. Save. Gonna save. There we go. Alright, in we go. Oh. Oh no, Hop! Hop lost, no! Something wrong with my strategy. Hop. Hop, you gotta pay attention to your Pokemon more, Hop. Just hop, please. Keeps this. Oh, just oh man. Oop, old guy. Ooh, a moon. Just let him. I really want to, I won't lie. Actually, wait. I think I might have this wrong. I don't think it's ice. Hold on. Really? Rah. Unsatisfaction. Yeah. Gordy... No, Gordy's rock. Isn't Gordy rock? If that's the case, then Park might be the best? Oh, let me wear this, please! It is my uniform. Oh, little motorcycle guy again. Please. Trap detector? Oh, okay, yeah, no, this is definitely rock. Definitely rock. Yep. It is rock. I thought it was ice. It is not. It is rock. Okay. I look so uncertain. I look so scared. I mean, it's fair assumption. Yeah. Usually in the past, when there's like ice, like it's like an ice town, it's usually like ice type gym. One does not look at snow and think, ah yes, sand. So true. Okay. So that absolutely means that Park is definitely going to be very, very good. So that's all good. Okay. Whoa. Who are you? Ghost? Maybe. I don't know. Alright, that works. Alright. No! Bruh. I know they really don't help all that much, I'll be honest. Gym trainer epic. Oh yep, 100%. 100% Russell. Aqua. No, they really didn't help that much. Slap. Good fish slept. Ooh, critical hit too. I think Parker's letting us some extra anger. Going as quickly did not all sand rocks all over the place. Oh no, I knew beforehand. I just feel bad though, cause it's my favorite kid. Oh, forgot to level it up. Whee! Whoa. I don't. Yeah, no. Go this way. No, not that way. Oh, Goofy. The silly Goofy. Very silly, very goofy. Oh, oh, okay. I guess. Bruh. Huh! Who are you? Stay away. Oh. That didn't work. Alright. The ghosts are haunting. I'm not having a good time. Look at the things in your hands. Well, maybe I don't want to. Fine, I guess I'll listen. I guess I'll listen to the things in my hands. I guess. that one is a simple. I have done nothing. I have done nothing. Slap. Oh, I held on. I don't think that one's gonna help it. No, I'm yawning. No, I need more caffeine. Hold on. There we go, all good. We're good now. I can just do this and then lie to new viewers about being chill. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm chill. What do you mean? I'd be very chill. What do you mean? Dotting right now, bruh. You mean? Just press X to doubt. I am. I have done nothing. You mean me? Oh. Wait, what do you mean? Oh. No longer shrimp. Have to stretch. No longer shrimp. Have to stretch. Bleh. Unshrimped. No more shrimp. No more. This cannot be hunched over. It must no longer be shrimp. Oh. Well. I meant to go in just a little bit fast here. Oh. Aha! I did it! I was just going too fast, leave me be. Look at all the ones that I did avoid though, look at that. Aha! Hehehe. Hehehe. The ghosts! Oh my god. Huh? Can you guys see anything? I can't see. Do you think the people that fall in just die? Maybe. Where am I? Can't see nothing? Gotcha, okay. Nope, going this way. No hesitation, your only choice is forward. Yep, sounds good. Gym Challenger, I know you're there. Do you think I could just, like, realistically, just kind of just sneak on past and not say anything? So I think that'd be pretty funny, I won't lie. Ah. Hey, at least we can actually see now. It'd probably make you fall in a hole if you tried. Yeah, most likely. Probably, yeah. Most definitely. Bruh. Just in the hole you go. The others. No more. Yeah. Good. I know that was not a good idea, Suduro. You don't tell me what I can and can't do. That's... Oh, that's just a wall there. What are these floating bubbles of text? People in the Pokemon world don't even need a job, they just battle for money. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, no. No, I fell! The bubbles were probably put by other players. Probably. Whoops. I'm forward a little bit too. Stop the ghost is funnier. Yeah, I like the ghost better. Stop following. Falling? No. I didn't even try to do that! Oopsies! Wee! speedrunning, let's go. Meow. Can I go this way? Oh. Okay, yeah, no, that was just like fully on me. I didn't fall that many times though. I say that's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good. Really had a warning. Yeah. Oh no, was that Gordy? Horrifying. I like the ghost better. Little wave. Little wave. Eh. Oh wait, hold on. Ah. Okay. Alright. Let me see. I think everything is all good. Yeah. You trip. Most likely. I would not be surprised, I won't lie. I definitely just would not be surprised at all if I just tripped. Oh. I'll do this one. Oh, water. Yeah. Done. Water time. Water. Lovely. Good water. No caffeine, only water. Water. Hydration for the battle. Yeah. Okay, he does look pretty. You gotta stay hydrated. I never get caffeine for my points. Aw, come on, Clay. What do you mean? What do you mean? They gave me like an extra boost of energy. What do you mean? Ooh, here we go. I forgot what the about the music. I like this music. Did he flip? I think so. How can he stay in that position? Oh, it looks like he would just end up hurting his neck? Huh? I'm confused. He's paralyzed. Maybe? I don't know. Looks like he should be an electric man. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I'm so glad that he's not. Otherwise, I don't think I would ever win this battle if he was electric type. Like, not gonna lie. Definitely not gonna lie. If he was electric, I would not win. I would not win. Give this wall grace. Yeah. Oh, there goes Park. I didn't realize that you were that low. Do this one just so I can revive Park. They do have quite a few revives. Do I have max? Yeah, cool. Using it. trying to say good. Right? Park will avenge you. Burn. It is the victory. You got this, Park. Let's go. 1 down. 3 or 4 more to go, I don't remember. I'm leveled up, that's good. But to send out Shuckle. No, I'm good. Look at him. The city guy. Regenerate, right? What do you mean? Yeah, 3 more. There we go. Burn the barrel. Okay. Would be good, I think. There we go. Burn the barrel. Okay, Soren leveled up. Good, that's a lot of defense for Soren. I'll just send out some Stone Jr. No, we're good. It's so silly. Yeah, it's so silly. Burn the barrel. Defense and special defense are still that did not help you. Wait, what is this? It swaps, status stuff. The level 40 and level 39. Okay. Ooh, Hydro Pump. Ooh, yes. 90. One more level 4 Frittata, let's go. I think we should get rid of Aquatail. Because this one causes a flinch. Only 90 power. This one is 110, but accuracy goes down a little. Yeah. One more level for Frittata before evolving. Nice. Switch? Nah, I'm good. There's people. I'm just gonna spend this turn healing real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna heal. Okay, healing and then I'll Dynamax. So at least I'll have 1 Dynamax level on Or turn. Oh, Gigantamax. Oh, look at that. The giant furnace. Oh. No, bro didn't even flinch. Oh. Ouch. I'm very glad that I decided to heal, because I'm gonna do it again. I think I might just heal stall a little bit. Just a tiny bit. There we go, cool. Bruh, again? Leave me be! Please! Bruh. I'm heal stalling, I don't care. Park, please just live for like another turn. Giga first or just switch. Might be too late? Oh, yep, too late. Stop doing that. I'm sorry. We'll just do a bit of stalling real quick. Gonna switch to Soren, then I will revive Arc. There we go. Listen, or I will cry. Just listen. Yeah, just Soren, please. I'm very, very tempted to, yeah. The thing is, it's a rock fire. So what might be best is just healing up Park. And then switching. I don't mean to, I'm sorry. This Park is like the best for this one, and I thought I could heal stall. I'm sorry. The Park's back up to full and swap. I'm sorry. That's like the only thing I can really think of. Okay, then down attack. Okay, and then no Dynamax. Probably gonna do this one because this one is at 140. I'm sorry, Clay. I'm sorry. But if we're lucky, this'll down the Colossal in one hit. And we should be good. Because it just attacks like out 140. See? There we go. See? We're good. We're all good. Floofy has leveled up. Let's go. I just love the rain, just makes everything just a bit more dramatic. Oh, I want to climb. I want to just climb into a hole. Well, I guess it'd be more like falling from here. Ouch. So dramatic. Yeah, I know, right? Like, wow. Rock badge. Badge. The badge. Alright. And then I think it's... Oh yeah, up to level 50. Tiny. Yeah, just teeny tiny hand. It's so smooth. Okay, next is dark. Next is dark type. Where everything's... Okay, yeah, no. Everyone's all up to you. You know what? Yeah, we'll do that. We can do that. Now, one moment. Tiny. Right. Gonna evolve Frittata. Gonna see Frittata evolve. Final evolution. Yeah! What? Frittata evolving? Sparkle. So many sparkles. Yeah! The kiss, let's go! Frittata has evolved. Yeah. Oh! These Pokemon are never seen anywhere near conflict or turmoil. In recent times, they've hardly been seen at all. Oh. Now she even looks like a Frittata. I know, right? Yeah! I just feel a little bit bad because of the Pokédex entry. Like, oh my. Ooh, Air Slash. I can forget an old move. Let's see. Air Slash. Probably forget. Yeah, rare baby. Because everything is good, but we can probably get rid of Charm to have Air Slash. That way there's a bit more variety. Rare child. Yee! There we go. The baby. We're also gonna save now. Okay. Next is dark. I think it should be fine. Yee. Ah! Lore! No! Lasagna, but why? The name of the restaurant is Bob's Your Uncle. Huh? Okay. I guess. But I guess we'll do more lore. Just call it Uncle Bob. Okay, this one. Confused. Or lore. An absolutely fantastic poster. I don't like that poster. The poster on the right of the tapestry is terrifying. Oh yeah, very first. But I was just scrambling to get my first flying type. really don't. Yeah, no. Oh, absolutely. But I just feel bad when I don't like choosing the mean options unless it's to a character that I really don't like. Then I will be mean all the time. Food. Oh! Hold on. One moment. Fun timeout. Okay, Clay, you should be good. I have no idea what just happened. Wow, the bot really didn't like you. Hold on. Let me open Cheddar, you know. Oh, I see. So the last message that you sent, no, it wasn't too long. You said, I remember telling Lily I don't know if I wanted her to follow me around when she asked to come with me. I think it's because you said follow me, which, the bot took it as self-promo. Yeah. You know, that's what happened, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's absolutely what just happened. But it's okay, Clay, it's okay. You're good. Yeah, 300 seconds. Yeah. You know, the bot does not like self-promo. And I'm sorry that you kind of just got bapped by the bot. I'm sorry, you just got bapped. What? You know, it's absolutely... Just a wall, yeah. Just all the comments just deleted. I don't want to fight again. You better not have that electric dog. You better not. I know, right? SMH Clay, how could you? How could you self-promote? What the heck? What the heck? You better not have... Better not have... I'm just a struggling channel trying to grow. Bet. Wait, the double is back! Yay! Let's go! Just a struggling channel. Trying to grow. Sometimes gonna just get rid of the sail. Yeah, no electric for now. Okay, heal is gone, so that's good. Yeah, no electric types for now. The second it says Bolthund, though, I am getting blimp out. I do Hydro. What? Amazing. Then waterfall. There's something going on. So that's good. Like went up to level 50. Solid food. Yeah, give it a go. Send out Pinchirin. That is a water poison, I think. Probably best to. Go. Hiccups for data. Hiccups. Wow. No. No more hiccups. Oh. Eat. Oh! Wait, you know electric moves? Oh, you know electric moves. Oh no. I didn't realize that you knew electric moves. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. I thought that cork did not work. I see. Oh, and the hail's back. Lovely. Cool. Alright. Yep. Yep, I'm taking you down with me. I'm taking you down with me. Taking you down with me. Ah! Ah! Worth it. No more electric moves. No. We dislike electric in this house. I don't even know who's next. I didn't even see. Wait, was it Bolthund? Was it Bolthund? If it was, oh no. Oh, no? Look at you. I am you, but stronger. But shiny and stronger. It's like as if you're fighting your shadow. Oh no, absolutely. Like 100%. That's funny. I like this. This is funny. Oh, and they're back in sync. Yeah, it's definitely just shadow. You fighting your shadow. Shadow. Pretty sure I'm gonna win this fight against the shadow. Fairly certain, but we'll see. Uh-oh. Yeah, you tried gambling. You lost. Oh. This is why you don't gamble. Wait, not 300? Don't know why you wrote it twice. You're good, no worries. Oh. You're good, Clay, no worries. Yeah, just no more gambling. No more. None. Zero. I should probably do it. Yep, definitely doing roost. That's gonna get back to full. Pretty close. Nice. Bird versus bird. How long will this take? Yeah, see, speed won't go any lower. Ah. Just a very slow bird. Some will faint eventually. Eventually! One of these days. Eventually. One day. There we go. The day has come. The shadow has fainted. Hey, Parker's leveled up. Let's go. Snorlax. Oh, well, I was gonna say you should do Blimp. Because that way Snorlax couldn't hit Blimp. Probably this one. It's been 87 years, and finally, someone has fainted. We'll do confusion just to see who's first. Confused? Nope. Oh, let's start. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Never. The air slap. Yeah, nope. I don't think so. Hop, hop. Oh, there goes fish. I'm switching to sword again. Because then hopefully this also reset. Well, that should be good. Okay, super effective. Oh. It's been on since you last spoke. Okay, cool. And then there's one last one, which I think is Rillaboom. And Snorlax should faint to the hail right here. Maybe, maybe? Maybe? Okay, let's go. Oh! Then level up. 45. And that Rillaboom. Nah. Probably gonna do this real quick though. What? Hey! Oh, the powder! How could you? Then one more roost should be good. There we go. Quick break. Let's fight a little bit. It should be good. I use the No pet. There we go, nice. Nice. Okay. Then since Soren is faster, everything should be good. Burn to burn. Yeah, that took a bit, but we still got it. Still got it. Burner. Burner, burn, burn. Burn, burn. I've lost it again. Yeah. I feel really bad for Hop, like, oh, come on, man. Oh. I feel bad for beating him. Like, I think Hop is the one rival where I feel bad about beating. Yeah, no, as long as he doesn't get depressed, all good. As long as he doesn't get depressed again, we're all good. I'm also gonna heal again. But if I cared about destroying him, yeah. Yeah, no, that's very fair. That's very, very fair. It's been a while since I don't care about the rare Pokemon, leave me be. It's been a while since I played like Sun and Moon, I won't lie. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. Ah! I didn't realize that you were just there. Hello, little Snom. You're adorable. Baby! Yeah! Little thing. Can I go into... I didn't even why do this Nom just blend in so well? Because I did not even see this one. You blend in so well. You are adorable. Ah! So cute. Adorable. Master of Disguise, so true. Ah! Brian. Hold on, I'm gonna go through all of these rooms. Oh. What is going on? I regret just going through the doors now. What? What's going on? Side challenge? I guess? What's your name? Is that Detective Pikachu? I think he's a detective, just not really a Pikachu though. That crime is avoid a large quantity of berries in the lobby. What? Huh? I'm very confused. I'm very okay. Pokemon? Yeah, no, it's definitely a Pokemon. Yeah, see? There's the Pokemon. Yeah. Not a human. A Pokemon. Yeah, see? culprit. No! It's the You are an idiot! It's the Pokemon! No, you got paid. I guess he's not very good. Yeah, no, it's this guy. Yeah. No, it's the Pokemon. I know it was the Pokemon. You're adorable, and I forgive you. Pat, pat, pat. You're an idiot. He definitely got paid for this, but he's not very good. Yeah, just please leave. Ooh, a thank you. Splendid, just splendid. I'm overjoyed. That is so fake. And he ran away just so fast. Just so quickly. I guess I'm supposed to chase after him too. Aww. Adorable. You know what? I forgive you. I forgive you. You're adorable. I haven't learned my lesson. I'm still gonna just go through every single door. Let's go. Hum num num. Hum num num num. Horrible. Go into the other door? I don't think so, because I think that's just a bathroom. Yeah. I know. Can't go in the other door, fortunately. Yeah. No exploring past there. Fortunately. Then. Oh, who are you? If they suck the enter out of you. Agreed. I don't like that noise. Just nails on chalkboard or just nails on glass. It's not good. Middle of the night? Terrifying. Goodbye. I'm gonna go through all the doors. Oh! Makes you bleed, yeah. A lot of Pokemon. That's a lot of Pikachus. Yeah, there's a child in a Pikachu onesie full of just other Pikachus. I'll become the champion using an all Pikachu team. You know what? Good on you. You know what? Get it. You got this. That has the same energy as me with my flying type team.
Pikachu!
Ah,
Pikachu! Pikachu!
that child is like you, but with only Pikachu. Yeah. 100%. You know what? I'm gonna cheer on that child. The child's got this. Oh. I just realized something. That child could actually beat me. Considering the fact that, the child only has electric type. Only electric type. You know, that child could actually beat me. 100%. Yeah, that child is my worst nightmare. That child is my worst nightmare. I have to be extra careful. So very careful. Okay. Now we're just gonna go through all of the other doors. And then make the child have doubts. Maybe, Yeah, maybe. Wait, is she playing? Oh, she's playing Pokemon. Oh. Ayo! Ooh, I forgot about this. Putting is said to increase the chance of getting a critical catch. Nice. Yeah. He's good. He's good. Very good. No one. Oh, you. Let's say no. Vale, here we go. Back when you're strong as the champion. I don't like you. Goodbye. Like, don't talk to me unless you are the champion. Like an old champion or something? Not a clue. Not a clue. He's also a police officer, so, yeah. And I can just imagine that one just going meh, 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 meh. Meh, meh, meh. Meh, meh, meh. Alright. Done going through all the rooms in the hotel, I guess. It just no. Horrible. I think I go down this way? Yep, there we go. Sounds the bag makes. Yeah, same. I really want to. Wait, what you want to? You're not electric, are you? I don't trust you. Goodbye. Yeah, I honestly like how they did the Oh! Big fish. Alright. It's gonna be a bit difficult to eat this one, I won't lie. Yeah, no, never mind. And probably not the best idea. I wanna catch it. Simply for no reason. I wanna catch. I wanna catch. You. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we can eat. Now we can eat it. Nope, never mind. Never mind. What? Never updated another TikTok. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about it. I do have a clip in mind though. I just have to edit it. I need to get that done. Ouch. Here we go. You know, I just need to get that done. I should probably do it. I always forget. What clip? I suppose I'll tell you. Stream watcher privileges. I don't know. I could just keep you in the dark. Fine, I'll let you know. I won't say which one specifically, but it's the one where I was I let you drink water. Fair. It is the one where I was talking with Cootie. That is all I will say. All I will say is it. That is it. That is only as specific as I'm gonna get. That's good. Gotcha. Gotcha. Ah, no. Oh, still can't go across water yet. Dead. Oh, I think this will let me go across water though. Well, I guess they're back. Oh, hey, it's you again. Are they trying to steal your bike? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'll teach them a lesson. Might as well. Yeah, looking? What's up? Oh my god! Another shrimp! A fellow shrimp! Oh my! Oh! Yeah, sure. A shrimp. Rather than shrimp. Oh, ah. This is my teacher. Yeah. Yeah. I was doing he just splashed all the time. Brings me to tears. And here's the thing, although, is that good or bad? Good or bad tears? Blast. Tell me. Oh no. Okay, thank you. Okay, as long as I don't do any physical moves, it's all good. I forgot about counter. Counter is not. One should bring it down all the way. Nice. Oh, I forgot that I was gonna say some announcement things. My brain is going bird. Followers. Okay, so what I was gonna say is, if you're on my Twitter, you may have seen me post something with an SMP thing. I recently got added to an SMP, and yeah, and currently it seems like it'll be like the launch day will be on Sunday instead, because that's the day that more people are going to be available. But I don't think I'm gonna stream it. Instead, I'm gonna record it. Simply because the pack is a lot to handle with both streaming and everything. But so long as I can optimize it to make sure that it's good enough for me to record, I can do that. Got popular. I don't have a YouTube thing yet. I'm sorry. I do have a YouTube channel for VODs and also for future content, but I don't have YouTube. I don't have YouTube command set up yet. I'm sorry. once I get out, once I get things set up with that, I will make the command. There's so many things I need to do. Unorganized? Yeah, I'm not the most organized, like, at all. Oopsies. Yeah, got added. Oh yeah, and then the PNG tuber that Rice made, very good. Probably for videos I probably won't have the PNG tuber, because it's mostly for streaming, I think. Yeah, mostly used for streaming. No, I don't think, probably not. I don't think that I am. I just filled out an application and I got added. And I'm actually kind of really excited for this. Officially not— what do you mean? What do you mean officially not chill? What do you mean? Bruh. Bruh. So mean. No, nope, I do not. Thing is, so with that, with me being part of an SMP, which I will say is gonna be very lore heavy, but also gonna be extremely cool, and I'm really looking forward to it. Won't be able to stream as often as I would like. If I am gonna stream, it's probably gonna be like later on. With lore? Yeah. Oh dude. All I will say is that the character that I am playing is so anxious and so nervous about everything, and it's gonna be so much fun. I had a great level 40. Wicked. You just need to drink enough caffeine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. 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 That's what I'm definitely gonna do. Upload those videos. Yeah. Oh, I should say more about it. I'm fighting between falling asleep and just thinking about other things. So this SMP is— hold on, let me actually get a little bit closer to the mic so you can actually hear me and not have me just be so quiet. So this SMP is pretty much it's interstellar SMP, so it's very much space-based, and we each had to design our own alien species. Yeah, space. And it's gonna be really interesting. Wah! Whoa! Huh! What was that? You're just jumping. Hold on. I don't know. You're just jumping. Are you the— bruh? Hold on. I'm trying to get this Pokemon now. Shadow Alien? Oh, I completely forgot what I was talking about. I'm sorry. Yeah, we each got to design our own alien species. I won't say what the others are, but I will say, at least for me, my alien species is on a fiery planet. It's on a fiery planet, and so— oh my god. So lava is like water to me, whereas oh my god. Ah! So many things going on. Ah! I don't know what's going on. Too many things. Ah! Complete opposite of flowers, yeah. To be fair, there's a lot of Pokemon. To be fair, there are flowers, just, they're not the safest. I completely forgot what I was gonna say. What the heck? Ah! Are you tired? Yeah. 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 Just a little bit. I can't even string together my thoughts right now. I'll do this thing for you only once. Ooh, critical catch. Nice. Let's go. Thank you, Clay. Hold on. I'm gonna drink this entire thing now instead of doing one single sip. Just kidding, I only took a sip. I'm sorry. I had to say that, I'm sorry. I genuinely though, I only took a sip. I only took a sip. I am evil, I am. Oh, I know, I'm so mean. I'm so mean, I'm sorry. Oh. What the heck? Motorcycle. What the hey? But yeah, so this server is pretty much kinda like Empire's SMP. Oh, well then. Alright, there goes Park, I guess. No more Park. But yeah, this server is like Empire's SMP, so it's gonna be kinda like that. And there's gonna be a lot of builds, and I am actually really curious to see like how everyone else does it, or how everyone else does their builds and everything. Because right now, I will say, I am the only one on the fiery lava planet. No one else is. Splatoon! Let's go! Yay, Splatoon! Ah! No! You're alone? Yeah. Maybe that's why you're anxious you're alone. Maybe. I know that I won't say anything specific about stuff that I want to do. Hehehehe. There we go. Here we go. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe so. Who knows? I know. Hehehe. Oh. And we're back. There we go. Ah! I'm forgetting again. Yeah, it's like Empire System P. But with the planet that I'm on, it's gonna be interesting to see how I can do some of the builds that I want to do. Why do NPCs have such funky music and good looks? I have no idea. But it's so cool. Very cool, very good. Very cool, very cool. If I can figure out like how to optimize the mod pack and the settings enough, might be able to stream some of the grindy parts of like getting materials and everything, building, doing some builds. So actually being a little bit of a Minecraft streamer. Even though I'm very much just variety. I like variety. Ooh, just a little bit of dance. Whee! There's something I wanted. I can't think. Oh, I remember. Minecraft streamer and Pokemon and Bugs and Splatoon and yeah, there's a lot. Like there's still like some Switch games that I really want to play, but I have so many story games going on already that I'm just gonna wait until I'm done with like maybe one or two of them. Gotta keep the lore straight, man. But here's the thing. I am not straight. I am very much gay. I don't think I can keep any lore straight. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing this much, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. I needed. I saw the opportunity and I had to take it. I'm sorry, I had to. I couldn't hold myself back. Okay, I'm good now. I'm good. This is your equivalent of a gotham. Yeah, little bit. Just a tiny bit, yeah. Just a wee bit. Betrayed twice in the same stream. What do you mean? What do you mean? I've done nothing. I have done nothing. Gotta go eat. I'll be back. Eee, sounds good. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Have good food. Wait, dark type. Ooh, wait, dark type. Dark type. Through the lure. Hey, I will. I will. I think I might be only able to use sword. Because Psychic and Ghost are not going to be good. Thorn does have fighting type. I have to double check. What else is good against dark? I can't remember. Hold on. What is dark type weak to? Ooh, wait. Bug, fairy, and bug fighting and fairy. Okay, so Frittata would be really good as well. Okay. Okay. I could do that, or I could do the pixie bait, which increases. Hold on, what moves are there? Air wind, air slash. Do I have any other? Do I have any tea? Fairy type. Here's dark. Rock ice. Fairy. Draining kiss. Maybe do that? Fort. Name a number. The draining kiss would be good. Arm, no. Dark grass, not dragon, but okay, a draining kiss. Might just get rid of fairy wind, because that one it does a little less power. And I also get HP with that. So then I fell asleep to stream. Oh no! I got woken up for dinner. Now I gotta go. It's all good. It's all good, Gary. I plan on streaming for a few hours still, so you're good. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Okay. So got draining kiss. So that's good. Wait, no. What did I do that for? I wanted to get the plate. There it is. Fairy type. Yep, that's good. The slightly boost accuracy. I can't really do anything for that one. So should be good. I just gotta do a bit of lore. I don't like lore. What? No, 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 no. Away, away. Goodbye. See ya. It's specs. Cool. Ah! No. Ah! No. There's a shiny over here, I think. Where? No! No! I didn't want you. You do look cool, though. You look cool, but, no thank you. Goodbye. See ya. Peace. Peace. See ya. Goodbye. Fine. Oop. Somehow I'm not surprised that a Team Yell is here again. I do like Marine's theme though. So good. Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. He mainly has dark types, so should be good with for type. Burn it, burn it, burn it. Burn. Okay, yeah, super effective. Nice. Torment? What do you mean? There's two torment? I don't know what that means. I'm forgetting. Oh, nice. That's like one hit. Very nice. So cool. Toxicroak, that's poison. No, that's poison. Uh-oh. Yes, please. Might be good for Soren. The Soren is steel, so it should be good. Is poison weak to? Ground and psychic. Okay, so maybe not. That was poison. Transfer. Okay. So not steel then? Steel. Firefighting ground. So I just got that completely wrong. Okay. And psychic. This one should be good? Have to see. Let's have it poison. Special defense. A little bit. No! Bruh! Huh! Lovely. Thank you for that. Yeah. Yay. Eh. I'm fine, I'm going with this one. No, we're doing Destiny Bond. No. Ah. I'm taking you down with me. Aha. L. Alright. Then gonna heal. I don't think I have any more max revives. So we're just gonna do it. Alright, and then 21st. Special attack. Must be this one. That goes perfectly and lovely. Burn, burn out. Burn, burn out. Okay. Destiny Bonds still should be good, but... Oh! Destiny Bond should still be in play though. That should be good. Yep. Oh, maybe not. Well then. Gotcha. Lovely. Thank you. Oh wait, no. I probably should have done it. Alright, let's see. Defense. Target defense. Tap! Thank you. Yeah. Okay, good. Defense fell, so that's good. Stop! Bruh. Bruh. Cool. Haha. L. Death to you. Ha. Yeah, get it back. Burn, 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 burn. Okay, so spark plug. Good. More echo. That's still a, dart. This should be good, I think. Can't remember. I forgot. I don't remember. But I hate the fact that it looks like electric type. Better not be electric type. You better have no electric. No, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. No, no. Ah, I knew it. No, please. Okay, thank you. So dark electric. Okay, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Hyper potion. Okay, I'm very glad that I used the training kiss again then. Please. Go all the way. No! Okay. Okay. I hate electrics. What do you mean torment? Aha, I can still use it though. Ah, L. Okay, that's good. We're good. Huh. Electric types make me fear. Okay, still level up. Very nice. Nice. Good. And that's crafty. That is a ground flying, I think? Ground. Think? Gotta check. Oh no, wrong one. Okay. Water, grass, and ice. Okay. I almost made a horrible decision. I almost made a terrible mistake. That would not have been good. At all. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, so that would be hydro pump. You good? Go park, go. Go park, go. maybe not. Oh, right, dark as well. But this still should be. Rain dance, that's good. Maybe waterfall could work? Because that one at least hits all. Or like not that accuracy. So why are you lowering the speed so much? What the heck? Right. Okay, good. Then crunch. Why? Stop using scary face, please. Thank you. That did not work. Why'd I do that? Right. Scrafty, please. There we go. Okay. Good. Soren leveled up again. This should be safe for Soren. Okay. Good. Money from me. Thank you for the money. Hey, welcome back. You have been fed. Let's go. Food. Food. Let's go. I almost died to Marine's Moripeko. What scary one? Yeah, I almost died. But I somehow got through it, so it's all good. It's fine. It's all good. We're good. We're fine. I do like Spike Mouth. Oh, look at this. So cool. Spike Mouth. With Spike Mouth. Can I open this? Everything is so shiny. I like this. Hey. Very good. I like this one. Yes, pressing Pokemon, please, and thank you. Okay, that's good. I don't care. Leave me alone. Oh yeah, I don't know what. So, I'm gonna give a little bit of context for something that I'm about to say. I tend to look at places, like houses and stuff, like just out of curiosity. Oh. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah. So I look at places and houses just out of curiosity, like just to see what it looks like on the inside. Just because I'm bored and everything. And I found some places in like Ireland that look really, really cool. I talked to every single NPC just for fun, so I get that. Yeah. I was looking at places in like UK, Scotland, Ireland. They all look really cool. I know in the future, depending on how things go in the future, I want to move to like either Ireland or Scotland or somewhere like north of UK. But with current health and monetary stuff, that's a bit far off. Especially with medical stuff I still have to pay. Yeah, it would be very cool. Hi, cat. Darren. Yeah. Maybe... Oh, gym challenge up. Okay. The place that I found in Ireland, it looks so cozy. It was like in the countryside with one bedroom and everything. It was still like a place to own. It would have been £150 or 150 euros. It was so expensive, but it looked really cool. It looked so cozy. Yeah. It looks so cozy though. I just know that eventually I want to get a place in... It sounded so good. It did. But then the price was like, oh. Oh no. But to be fair, I was looking at places that you buy instead of places that you rent. So it makes sense that it was that expensive, but it's also just like, oh. Oh, you are a lot. Hello. Yeah, in the future, definitely. I just have to maybe... It depends on how a lot of things go, but we'll see. I just have to focus more on hospital stuff right now. Yeah, I see you back there. Hello. Hold on. I also don't know how good Miss Kitty would be with flying. I don't know how she would like that. Yeah. And it's the cat that doesn't really purr very loudly. She is so adorable, and I love her. Can I purr? No? Okay, that's okay. It is okay. Maybe I can get the other cat. Maybe I can get the other cat to come over here and let you guys hear that the cat purr. This is my roommate's cat. Very loud purrs. Hey, off you go. I think I'll just have to wait for the other cat to come over here, actually. But I think she's asleep. In the other room. So, maybe later on, when she wakes up. Oh! Before I forget. So I don't know how soon, but maybe within, like, the next 2 weeks or so, I'll be getting yet another job. So I won't have a lot of time to stream like I normally do. But I'm gonna try to stream whenever I can. Just because I feel bad for not streaming. So there's gonna be less streams in the future, but... yeah. Definitely gonna slow down. Oh. Aww. I can't. Do I have to fight them? Bruh. Eh. At least you won't forget Alexa. Leave me and my poor memory alone. I have alarms and things set up now. So I won't forget. Well, not really alarms, more of just like post-it notes just kind of scattered around the walls. But even then, I kind of don't really I don't really look at those. But they don't really help. One more step towards professionalism. Give or take? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe. The cat. Critical hit. Yeah, I hear you, kitty cat. I forgot I was gonna say.
What? What is what? Hello. What, you just want attention? Is that it?
I have to pay attention to the people.
To the people on my computer right now, cutie. Oh, there she goes. She's insulted. I'm not paying attention to it. Oh no. Back? Hello, cute. Now make up your mind, cutie.
Today alarms, tomorrow actually streaming after an alarm. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, speaking of streams, I'm pretty sure tomorrow is actually the beginning of Splatfest. So I'm gonna try to stream that as well. Most likely a bit late though. Both Friday and Saturday, if I can. But definitely gonna be a bit late. Also a good warning for you. Just a good warning, just to let it be known that when Splatoon is played, I make weird noises, so it's gonna be something.
Yeah.
Definitely. Hey, let's go. It's definitely gonna be interesting.
What?
Anything. I know that. I know I should actually probably make like a actual schedule and everything for what games I'm gonna play and what day. Streamers even weirder during Splatoon. Yeah. Yeah. No, that just gets pushed up to a max. Ah! I'm still trying to figure out like a main weapon for that. They look like they're gonna throw stuff at me. I'm yelling for no reason. Oh! Okay. Did I surprise you? Yeah, a little bit. I'm a little surprised how much my legs hurt from that landing. Okay. You sure you're good? You just fell on cardboard. Are you good? If I stand still like this for too long, it'll hurt so bad I might cry. Dude, you need to see a hospital. I'll say get off with the battle. No. Hospital. Go. Just go. Just no battle. Just go. Shoo. Hospital time. My goodness. Goodness. Stop fighting, you dropped from a window, what? Exactly! Huh? Huh? Like, dude, please. Hospital. Go! What are your priorities here? I have no idea. I lost my leg pains back, so it's a double shock. Hospital. Go. Shoo. To the hospital with you. Did I push through the pain so you praise me for that? No. No. Hospital. Go. Is he for real? Yeah, I think so. Hospital. Get Spirit out of here. Hospital. Go. I'm coming after you and you specifically. I'm coming after him specifically. These are worse working conditions than Team Rocket. Yeah. Yeah, at least with Team Rocket, it's like an actual organization that has like a headquarters and everything. And possibly like you're paid fairly decently, and maybe even have some benefits too. This is just in a city. Oh. was impressive. You know what? Good for you. He launched himself from a window, broke his leg, and lost his money. Yeah, that guy specifically is not having a very good day. Yeah, they're getting better. Burn. I'm thinking about streaming stuff's gonna need to stop. I need to stop. Oh. Cool. And dead. No more. Ah, no. Huh. You never learned how to stop. Yeah, no. The brain is just going brr. Just too much thinking, too much thought. I've been practicing my battle skills, not my backflip skills. To be fair, backflips are pretty cool. You did good. Ah, well, there they go. All right. Okay. I guess. Oop, what's in here? In here. Oh, no, I have to go this way. Okay. I guess. What? Ah! There's two of them! They should just get into professional cheerleading instead of beating up children. So true. Also, he didn't have enough time to get his disguise ready. That's right, Team Yell is actually made up of Spike with gym trainers. Cool? A shocker! Whoa! Gym trainer Joshua. Ah! Cool, okay. Oh wait, there are two. Oh. The double battle. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay, everything should be good. Should be fine. Just gonna go keep on with this one. Yeah, one day they'll be able to afford a big enough shirt. One day. Okay. Don't know when that day will be though. It might be the day after this. It might be the day after today. Might be the day after next week. Who knows? Poison Fang. Ah! Oh, I forgot it's poison. No, bruh. Not today for sure. Yeah. No, definitely not. You know, cause their money is now mine. Ha ha ha. It's mine now. Okay. Then let's roll. Not really. Yeah, a whirlwind. I'm forgetting what is Poison Week 2 again? I forgot. What is Poison Week 2? Run and Psychic, okay. It's probably a good idea to switch Tada. Whoop, no. Switch Frittata with Fush. at least for now. And then stealing.
I guess. You're back. Hello.
Hello, kitty. I am so glad that I brought out Ushigi before that was placed. Okay. Sidekick for Drapion, then Steel Wing again. What do you mean? Oh, Poison Dark. That's right. I forgot. I have forgotten yet again. Oh. You need more alarm streamer. Yeah, I probably do. I have a good alarm for waking up, but I definitely need so many alarms for just streaming in general. Yeah, I definitely need to do stuff. Wait, Soren is what? Wait, what? What do you mean? I know Soren leveled up. 47? Maybe? Yes, 47. I have to be very careful now. I have to be very careful. Hold on, is there... Yeah, no, he's not gonna listen to me, like, at all. He's never gonna listen. Oh, what do you mean? Bruh. Alright, fine. There we go. I know. Soren, never gonna listen to me ever again. Born. Oh. Shit, you gob. Alright. Aw, I do feel kind of bad for Team Yell though. Then I want Marie to win. They're just trying their best. Oh, okay. Can I like heal up first at least? If I talk to you, can you heal? The best isn't enough. Yeah. Ooh, wait. No. Alright. Okay. There you go. Okay, then elixir to... Actually... let me check this. Or what Raining Kiss is that? It's at 1! Yeah, no, I'm definitely using that elixir. Using the elixir. Using it! There we go. Cool. Then heal up. Oh dude, the music, especially for Spike Mouth, is so good, I love it. Where's the music? Where's the music? Yeah, this would be better if there was like actually music. I won't lie. Or he might be. I don't know. Oh, Oh jeez, everything's so quiet. Yeah, no, he wasn't singing like at all. It sounded like they were booing him. Yeah. Like, please. Please just sing. Just have just just Game Freak, Nintendo. Please just have voice acting in Pokemon. That would make it so much better, please. Aw. I feel really... I know, definitely, like, you have to have the money. Like, come on. Please. I do like him, though. Oh, alright. You're back. Okay, Mike is back. I don't know where he got it from, but okay. Please. Please just... Please. Please just have some sort of singing, I beg. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, no, I forgive him now. This music is very cool. I like this. I like this. Okay, I kind of like this. This is good. It's very good. I like this. Ah. Burn, 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 burn. Just gonna enjoy the music. Bye. Okay, park leveled up. Good, good, good. Send out Olimar. That sounds like a fire type. Park, it is your time to shine. That sounds like kind of like a fire type. See if I Nope. I forgot that was a... I forgot that was a Pokemon. I have returned. Yo, welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, Taters. Welcome. You've been streaming so long the computer managed to fully charge. Let's go. Yeah. Glad to know that your laptop is back to full health. And it's only been 3 hours. We're good. It's only been 3 hours. We're fine. Ignoring. Not a good. All good. Now, to be fair, I also did say that I was gonna try to aim for a longer stream. I did say that. Oh, nope, I know this one. So that me and Zos have the most healthiest platonic relationship. Yo. We love to see it. Love to see healthy relationships. Let's go. The true healthiest. Very true, very true. Never fight. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Never. Never fighting. Yes. Too much profile picture. That's good. Stop it. That's good, that's good. That's very good, very good. Yes, yes, yes. I have a bad feeling. Does the show such amazing relationship? I don't know what does. It's true. I like we argued about 20 minutes about fictional characters. You know, that's fair. Just gotta have just some healthy arguments every now and again. Yep. Anyway, okay. Can't wait to lose the mind again. Let's go. Yep, so healthy. Very healthy there. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Oh, I'm very glad that I switched Pokemon because that would have killed Katana. That Craig and I will block you. Oh. Oh. No, not again. No. Not accepting super this soon enough. Pet. Pet. Could be abstract. I can do roost. Or not. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. This Pokemon looks horrible. Oh. Hold on one moment. Give me one moment. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Clay. Hold on. Give me just one moment. Oh. No. I'm just gonna show you something about Obstagoon. I'm just gonna show you something just real quick. I'm going to show... Look at that personally. No, this gives me a chance to show a specific image. And I love it so much. Hold on. Okay. Okay, hold on. Alright. Okay, I have it all set up. So, just out of curiosity. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. So you see the Obstagoon right there, yeah? Yeah? You see it? You see it? Hold on. Gonna wait. Let me show you what the hold on. Let me show you what the shiny looks like. That's the shiny form. Look at it. Look at it. It looks like a candy cane, and I love it. Yeah, if you don't like the Obstagoon, just look at the shiny form. I know, right? What the hell is that? I have no idea. Yeah, it's both toothpaste and candy cane. It is both toothpaste and candy cane. Look at it! Look at that! Minty fresh. Look! Okay, I'll stop. Yep, you're good. I'll stop. No worries. Yep, it just got away. Would it be minty? Probably. Probably just like a very, very strong peppermint. Probably. Yeah, no, it Yeah, no, probably the best to just not bite. Don't bite the Pokemon, it will bite back. And you will not have a good time. I'm just gonna ignore that Pokemon, especially with its call and everything. I'm ignoring it. I'm ignoring it. Ignoring it. Don't make me time you guys out. I will time you out for like 10 seconds. Don't make me do it. I will do it. Ah, nope. There we go. You time me out for 300. In my defense, that was the bot, not me. That was the bot. Gives us the compliment. Control your children. The bot does what the bot wants. I can't control it. I can't control it. I cannot control it. This attack's really bad parenting. The bot is an adult. I cannot control the bot. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you sure? How old is this bot? I actually have no idea. I'm actually a little bit curious, hold on. Okay, no, it may or may not be a child. It might technically just be a child. I'm just gonna sit here. Let's see. So technically it was created in 2018. And if you do the math, that would be like around 5 years old now. Yeah. Yeah. I cannot control the bot, I'm sorry. Hey, I'm not the one that created it. It is not my child. No, I'm just looking after it, and the bot is just doing what the bot wants. You adopted it? No, I'm just temporarily looking after it. Yes. Ooh, up to 55. Let's go. They cannot get. No, I was given permission to just look after it for a little bit. I did not kidnap. No, no, no. Ooh, Marina's gonna be the dark type gym leader. Let's go. No, just actual lore. Can I watch the battle between Marnie though? Can I watch Marnie's battle at least? Wait, what? Huh? What's going on? What's going on? Okay. Huh? Alright. Not even giving me a chance to rest? Okay. Sounds good. What's going on? The dragon? Yeah. Okay. What's going on? And you're just here, just standing, and there's just kabooms happening. Go. Oh, there he goes. Dramatically flowing cape. Oh, dude, I know it. The cape is so dramatic. So healed. Kind of just save. Saving real quick. Neom. And I guess we're gonna continue. We're definitely gonna continue and ignore that thing. What the hell is that? I have no idea. Coming to flying type? No, I've seen that type before. It is a water ghost. No, it was just big and puffy. Not a flying type though. What? Water ghost. Yeah. Hop. Hoppeteer. There's this huge surge of red light, and then wild Pokemon just started Dynamaxing around. Oh, oh no. What in the world? Alright, that's just a big Pokemon, it looks so stupid. It looked so stupid. It just looks so dumb. Just so dumb. Very dumb. Oh. Yeah. Like, come on, the Pokemon can do better. What the heck? Ah, no. Oop, fine. Come on, Pokemon, you can just beat them up. You have no rules. Beat them up. Beat them up. Dump. Exactly. Exactly. I should just gonna stomp. Squish him. Stomp stomp. No more. Oh! A sparkle. Pringles. You know, just a good crunchy Pringle. More lore. Eh. No, I just want to beat the gym. Let me be. Oh, hey. I still want your cane. Give me your cane. I will steal it from you. You better give it to me. I will commit theft. Give me the cane. Or at the very least, just give me an extra one that you have. I must have it. Give it. It's a Lego Veil. Well, I mean, if she has a spare one, I'll take it. Lady with a cane that does not cane very well. Yeah, no, it's not a very good cane. It's not a very good cane. It looks more like a staff, I won't lie. Okay, I'll probably... Yeah, it's a palisman. Yes, yes, yes. So true. Definitely more like a palisman than a cane. Yeah. Up. Let's. Just. Leave the gym challenge so we can meet again at the champion cup. Alright, I guess. I still really like this building. Even though I don't know if it would be structurally sound, I won't lie. Are Hoppa and Cape Guy related at all? Yeah. Leon, the Cape Guy, is Hop's older brother. I'd say Frittata's at a good level. We'll see. We'll see. I'm probably gonna die. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and a Hop wants to be strong, but he keeps on losing. And like Hop is the one rival that I feel bad about beating up. It's just like, oh, the poor dude. Oh, there we go. Okay. Rules are simple. What happened if you let him win? I'm pretty sure the game won't let you let him win. You just words. You kind of have to beat him to progress further in the game. I think his hoodie. Yeah, no, his hoodie is amazing, and I want it. His close and this is first. Yeah. Why would they do that? I have no idea. I have no idea, and I hate it. I had to beat them in double battle. Okay. Why is everyone's obsessed with shorts? It's supposed to be a nod to the football. It's supposed to be a nod to like a football uniform. You know, with like the stadiums being like fields and everything. Bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. That's what it's supposed to be, but it's just like eh. Yeah. Suffer through it. To be fair, I don't like I cannot handle the heat. I much like the cold. I like the cold. Cold is good. Yes. Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay. He's Lagu's a little guy. Am I suffering through? The heat. You're suffering through the heat. That is what's happening. You're suffering through the heat. Maybe... Hard to say. What happened? Oh, you did not time me out again. I won't lie. I was about to. I was about to, but I held back. I was about to. Made that terrible straight joke. Okay, in my defense. In my defense. It was really funny. It was really funny. Have a healthy relationship if your time is out. You hate healthy relationships? Oh. Fine, I guess I won't time you out. I guess Bill hates happy people. What do you mean? What do you mean? Where did this lies and slander? That is all that I'm hearing right now is lies and slander. What is this? Jealous? No, I am not. All I'm hearing is just lies and slander. What the heck? Level up. Yes. Ancient power? Wait, no, it's rock. I'll do metronome. Lying and slandering is my profession, don't be rude. I suppose I can't be rude. If it's your profession. I suppose. Fine. Happy hour? What's happy hour? What? Huh? What's happy hour? Are people getting drunk? The alcohol thing? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, huh? What's going on? Are people getting drunk? I am confused. I am very confused. If you're trying to do that, yeah. Yeah, she did. Ooh, icicle spear, nice. Oh. I wonder how weird Pokemon battles would be drunk. I have no idea, to be honest. You can't drink and fight. Yeah, that'd be rather confusing. I'm gonna keep using it. There's will, there's a way. So true. Stop with the confusion! Bruh. I think drunk Pokemon is supposed to be a Pokemon hitting themselves through the entire thing. Probably, yeah. Honestly, probably. Most likely. So, like, kind of how they were doing right now. Need everyone to be drunk at a drunk Pokemon battle. Oh no. I don't know how well that would be. I don't know how well that would go, I won't lie. I don't know how well that would go. It'd be funny though, I won't lie. Drunk stream? A drunk stream, you say? A drunk stream. How about this? I would do a drunk stream at 50 subs. I'm monetizing it. Because I know that I'm very much a lightweight. 50 subs. That would be the drunk stream. I'm writing this down. And it will definitely take a bit. They drunk people, sometimes they're fun, and other times those are mine. Uh, if it makes you feel better, Tatoes, I am very much a giggly drunk. I am very much a giggly drunk. So when I do the drunk stream, it'll be very funny. I just won't remember it. Yeah, no, it'll definitely take a while. Wait, hold on, I'm also gonna write it down. Hold on, where? Need my pen. Some drunk people can be so annoying. Yeah, no, just definitely agree. Agreed. There are just the cry drunks, the angry drunks, and the drunks that just want to fight. Just all the time. Never got drunk or tipsy before. That's fair, because honestly, it's very just, overhyped, at least in my opinion. I just, I don't really like it. It's an experience, but really only really get drunk if you know that you're gonna be safe. Really, it's like drink alcohol at like a house party where you know that you can trust people. I drink so fast. Hey, that's fair, that's fair. With alcohol though. Hold on. Ow, that hurt. Ugh. Take like sips, at least try your best to, and then be sure to, be sure to, at the very least, just drink water in between alcohol. Thank you. Effective for which one? And you, I'm gonna switch to park. Yeah. Could have aptitude practice those food. That's fair. Wah! Confusion. Yeah, that's fair. I know that I've only had, I've only had wine coolers. I haven't actually had, like, I haven't actually had, like drinks. Just wine coolers, that's it. And I still got very tipsy. That cocktails can't stand alcohol on its own. That's fair. I know that there's... Yeah, no, that's fair. I know you can make, alcoholic milkshakes or smoothies. Like, grasshoppers. They're very, very minty. Like a little bit of alcohol, I think, so not too bad. But I've never tried it. I just know about them because, I just know about them because I was around alcoholics a lot. That would kill lactose intolerance so quickly. Yeah, no, absolutely. Grasshoppers can make alcoholic drinks. I mean, human-sized in some... If they're human-sized and just in different, dimensions. Oh, just like the actual grasshoppers? There's your ratatouille. You know what? Fair point. But here's the thing. Grasshoppers are even smaller than rats. They are like the size of one finger. It's a grasshopper. It is itty bitty. Two grasshoppers? Maybe. Maybe two grasshoppers. Maybe. I've actually held a grasshopper and I've actually held a grasshopper before and actually gave it like blades of grass to eat. It was weird to watch. It's like the mandibles would just like move on their own. It was weird. It was very odd. It's not big enough. You need like 10. Yeah. In order to make like in order to do what the rats do, you definitely need more than 2. Maybe 10 and maybe even more than 10. You definitely need a lot of grasshoppers. I'm just seeing a grasshopper. Was my cat just beating it up? That's amazing. No, the cat did not like the grasshopper, apparently. Just no more grasshopper. No more grasshopper. You know, I know that, my cat, very much goes after... How many... I don't have any burn heals. What the heck? Oh, hey. Alright. No. Cats just go after anything that moves and small enough to where they can get it. But even then, cats don't really care. They just go after things regardless. Kill flies and I find them inspiring. Yo. The cat moves fast enough. The cat moves fast enough to hit the fly. Let's go. I aspire to be that fast someday. Appreciate a few. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Ice. The cat bites me if I move anything. Times. Oh. The cat has a system. Everything needs to go just exactly the plan. Could be chilling. The arm a bit and she just bites me. Yeah, the cat's just like, no moving. No moving. You cannot move. No moving whatsoever. Done. This one? Yeah, the bomb snow or the dragon one? The Pokemon? Well that one is gone. The other one is just like the abominable snowman. Can you steal the dragon for me? I will try. I will try to steal the dragon. I'm gonna steal the dragon. I'm gonna just yoink. Like a weird Totoro. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, it's ice! Oh no! No, it's ice. No, no. It's ice. No. I must get Frittata out of there. I must get Frittata out of there. Goodbye. Park might be good for Rain Dance, I think. Go. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. It's cool, but it has ice powers and it is a danger to Frittata, which is not good. I woke up. You're good. You're good. It is all good. Pat, pat, pat. Oh, there it goes. Well, there we go. Didn't even need to park. Didn't even need to park, I guess. Ooh, wait, what's Hurricane? Hold on. Hurricane is a flying. Use your attacks by rocking its opponent and if you're a spin that flies up into the sky. Also make a few. Ooh. That one is really good, though. I might have to get rid of Crunch. Does Fluffy evolve? Yep, he evolves. Hold on. I have to check to see when he evolves again. Hold on. Because he does evolve. Let's see. Level 54 is when he evolves. So it's gonna be a bit. The Crunch is dark. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm looking at Hydro Pump. Honestly, it actually might be best to ignore this one, because Hydro Pump has more accuracy, and the power is still the same. But this one causes extra confusion, but it's still, I know. I won't learn. No Hurricane today. You know, it's definitely gonna be a bit before Fluffy evolves. Definitely gonna be a bit. Most definitely. Ah! Cool. Please tell me that the Pokemon are here again. Oh, they're not! Lovely! I'm okay. I'm doing good. Doing very well. Yep. Okay. Why you're like this? I wish to know as well. As to why. Okay. The Frittata should be. I'm gonna double check. Ooh. Only 3 for Draining Kiss, so we should probably save that for when we Dynamax. Okay. I know it. To be fair, I tend to use that like a bunch. We might have to rely on Metronome to hopefully get Fairy type moves. But there are a lot of moves. They're definitely gonna be a bit. Ugh. This one might be close. One might be close, I won't lie. Two on two back. Oh! Lovely! Okay. That sounds good. How many Pokemon do you have, real quick? Yeah, apparently. They live in Flygon. Okay. I might switch Soren with... might switch Soren with Heart. Or this Gigalith. Yep, answering. Okay. 2v2 instantly, he owns 2 electric types. Oh, no, I would panic so much. There would be a lot of panic going on, I won't lie. Oh, okay. I'm definitely gonna do Metronome. Yeah, no, just a lot of fear. So much fear. So much fear. I don't think there's any dragon electric types. I don't think so anyway. So we should be good. But then again, there's also that one. Oh! 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 It is time for fear! Time for fear! Lovely! Oh! So lovely! You're good, Clay. I'll be honest, I was not expecting that. Was definitely not expecting the Flygon to have an electric move. You are good, don't worry. Stop! Okay. It's okay, we're good. It's okay, we're good, we're fine. We're fine, we're good. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, the scary one is gone, we're good. Oh, the scary one is gone. You're good? Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm. 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 Maybe for no reason now. Yeah. That's very true. Oh, it's gonna be raining for a bit, so we're good there. Okay, we are... I think Soren should listen, so we should be good there. Okay. Fight. Oh. Oh no, I was gonna heal for this turn. Yeah, I was gonna heal Arc. Use Phantom Force, Anaconda, then just gonna heal up Park the rest of the way. Hyper Potion, good. Okay. Just Glare again, that's fine, that's good. Okay. That's paralyzed, yep, okay. Rock Blast. Oh. Let me guess. Again? Yep. Okay. Okay, definitely need to get rid of Gigalith first. Definitely need to get rid of Gigalith first. We finished Lane Park, so we're good there. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Inner Stones, Intimidate. Fight. Waterfall. No. Wait. Waterfall. That's 100. Good. Gonna Roost. That'd be good. Okay, cool. I'm paralyzed? Yep. Also. There's Roost. Good. Good. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Fine, it's all good! Do Anaconda. Then Rock Smash on Gigalith. Anaconda. Bruh. I mean, please. There's that. I'm really hoping that Parker lives for a bit longer. Ooh, Storm Bravebird? Oh, wait, hold on. Let's Bravebird again. That'd be good. Ooh. Humans charge from a low altitude. This also damages the user quite a bit. That might be good, but it's also, it also damages. I do have roost that could help. Yeah, we'll get rid of Dual Pack. We'll get rid of Dual Pack, it's all good. Braybird. Braybird. Both damage is a bit yeah. But I do have Roost, which helps, get back HP, so that definitely helps and everything. Don't you dare. Okay. Ooh, this one. Okay, definitely gonna Gigamax max with that. See if I can do Wild Pull for this one, then switch out. Gonna heal for Cat first. Hey, all good, no worries. It is all good, do not worry. You're good. Wow. Hey, you're good. He's such big selfie. Okay. That's good. Yeah. Look at him. He's so silly. Yeah, it's a skyscraper now. Skyscraper. Oh, Park, no! Okay. The one Pokemon I didn't want you to hit. What the heck? Ah! Fire Fang. Lovely. Lovely. Very lovely. Soren Dynamax then. Either Soren or Frittata. Because the one that Dynamax is Dragon type. Turns ground into misty terrain, so that would be good. I don't think Soren has any moves that could help with the Durillion. I think that might be best. Then Soren. I think I'm gonna heal real quick. Just make sure that Soren at least has enough. Big frittata. Big egg. Look at frittata. Amazing. A big meal could feed thousands. Okay. Thought so. Stop! Okay. Okay, Starfall, yep. Okay, down to half. Past half, so that's good. Turn into Misty Train 2. That is amazing. Wait. Ah, no, it's still Sandstorm, but that's okay. Okay, and definitely gonna use Hyper Potion. Ta-da! And then Soren is Brave Bird on Sandaconda. should be good. That's good. Pull there. No! I hate that you have protect. I hate it. Bruh. Ha! Do extra on Sworn or Fatata? So good that I healed that. That's good. Yep. Okay. Okay, so more for that. It will do max raffle again on Leon just to have it go away. Then have a potion again because Soaring is decent. Just okay. Then this should be good. Oh! And I'm very glad that I used the Hyper Potion. Good, number 5 thing, that's good. Good, okay. Got the Drillion down, that's good. Very, very good. Okay. Good. Okay. And then gonna use Frittata's turn to heal again. Good. I'm gonna use Brave Bird again for Sanaconda. This should be it unless the Sanaconda uses Protect. Yep. Again. Bruh. What the heck? Eh. MH. Ah. Ah. Can the Dragon guy even see through this? Not a single clue. Oh hey! Now we can see! Gonna do Air Slash. I can see now at least. The timing. Perfect, that's fine. Ah, bruh. Ah! Oh, the timing though. Wow. Okay, next. I think I'm actually just gonna get rid of the paralysis for both. That way at least someone can... You have some pretty good timing play, I will say though. Like, just saying. Very good timing, yes, yes. Oh, no. I have a feeling though that the Sanaconda will use Protect. So, we are just gonna use Revive on Part. Then Steel Wing Sanaconda. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Huh. Bruh! Okay. Gotcha. Look good. Nice. Lovely. Aha. Okay, let me do another metronome for Patata. And also going to do paralyze here. No. Just bruh. I could do. Metronome. Simple beam? What's that? Oh. Acquired simple. Cool. Nice. Alright. I guess. I don't know. Okay, so metronome again. I'm not gonna lie. I love the randomness that comes with metronome. I won't lie. Then I'm going to paralyze heal again, just so that at least someone can attack. Since the Sanaconda can only target one Pokemon per glare each time. That must be getting harder. A little bit. That toxic spikes. There's really no use for it. The Anaconda's on his last, the guy's on his last Pokemon. Yeah. Okay, I just have to use a lot of items. And then Brave Bird. Brave. At least now. No, it's just a lot of back and forth. It should be good though. Oh! Yes! Let's go! Oh, that was a recoil? That wasn't bad at all. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Huh. No, that wasn't bad. Okay, but I should be good with one more... yeah, let's do one more metronome. And then another Brave Bird. Just to see what this metronome does. Ooh, Aeroblast. Nice! Hey, let's go. Let's go! A levels up. Ooh. What if you grew to level 44? Amazing. And Park level 45. Nice. We got it. We did it. I might have lost, but I still look good. Maybe I should snap a quick selfie. Bruh. Bruh. Really? This dude. He is cool though. But this dude. He looks great, believe already. Done with lore. No more lore. He is so tall. What the heck? I didn't realize how tall he was. I didn't realize he was so tall. Okay. There we go. Yeah, no, definitely. It's very short. Itty bitty. So tiny. Tiny. This one. Ooh, breaking swipe. Ooh, okay. Be my uncle. You know, it looks like he'd be a fun uncle. Yep, there we go. Yeah. I totally agree. 100% agreed. It's a very fun uncle. In the wild area, honestly, I might look around Hemlock, see what. I'm good, thank you. Just please hop, I beg. Just please win. Oh, Sonia. Bottom. Celebrate things we should talk over. I guess. Can we not though? Can we not? Can we not though, please? Actually, they were Pokemon. For the love of the gods, they were Pokemon. Please. Sonia, the Arbringer of lore. Absolutely. Oh! Yo! Lab coat for Sonia! Professor Sonia, let's go! It looks great. Hey! Hey, let's go! Now she looks the part. Amazing. Focus on getting to Winden. I don't want to. Game. I don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean. Nope. I cannot see. I do not see. I do not see what you mean. I do not see. I do not see what you mean by gay moment. I do not see. I do not know. I do not see. I know nothing. I don't know. You established you were blind? Yeah. I am very... yeah. To be fair, I can't see anything without my glasses. I need my glasses to see. Alright. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. There you have it. There you have it. I am blind. But we now have all of the gym badges. We have them all. So next is just the final. Just getting to Wendell and defeating the champion. However, this will be where I ended off for today. Yeah, and lore, there's so much lore. But this will be where I ended for today. Tomorrow is going to be Splatfest. A bit later on, though, so just letting you know, I'll be sure to tweet it out when I'm going to stream. Or when I plan on streaming and everything. Yeah, almost 4.5 hours. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. And I think there are some things that I forgot to say, but oh well, I'll just say it next time, but Alright, but I will see you guys tomorrow for Splatfest. Oh yeah, the tweeter. Yeah, thank you. It was fun. Oh yeah, I just forgot about the TikTok. There's a TikTok. I plan on uploading a TikTok maybe this weekend. I maybe have to wait and see though. Also be sure to check out White Rice, by the way. They made the PNG tuber and it's amazing. Go give them a follow if you haven't. They're very, very pog. Alright, but that'll be it for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be sure to get something to eat, something to drink.
Bye bye Vale, bye bye.
Bye bye potatoes. I also don't know why it still says your old username. I thought I'd fix it, but apparently not. Whoopsies. Yeah, thank you guys so much for stopping by. It was a lot of fun. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Hold on, let me see if there's anyone that I want to raid. Let's see. They're the ducks. They've been alive for like 6 hours. Not them. You guys want to see the ducks? Oh, also yes, hello VOD watchers. I hope you guys are doing well too. Be sure to get something to eat and something to drink too. I think I might just send you to the ducks. They look like they're having a good time. Like they're having a good time there. Yeah, duck time. Raid the ducks. Dash ducks. Yeah. Alright, see you guys later. See you guys tomorrow for Splatfest. We'll see how Splatfest goes tomorrow. We'll also see just how often I make just weird noises. We'll see. Alright. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Hope you guys have a good day, and a good night, and a good time zone, and all that fun stuff. Crazy stream. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be something. I'm still trying to find, like, a good weapon. That's not the Splatana. But we'll see. Alright. See you guys later. See you tomorrow. Bye. I'll let you guys know. I'll let you know what time I will stream on my Twitter. We'll see. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. BSU. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.